Welcome in, fellow Potterheads. Tonight, beneath the starry ceiling of the Great Hall, we will be going over magical tales from the wizarding world to guide you gently into the realm of dreams. Before we disappear behind the veil of dreams, take a moment to cast your support spell, tap the like button, and join our magical community by subscribing. Also, I'm curious what time it is in your corner of the wizarding world. Whether you're watching from California, Hogsmeade, or London, share your location in the comments below. Your participation will be greatly appreciated and helps our magical community grow stronger. Now, the time for incantations has passed. Dim your lights, find your most comfortable position, and prepare to be transported to the world of witchcraft and wizardry as we begin tonight's magical tales. Chapter 1. The Ancient Mining Communities. Deep within the Earth's embrace, where veins of magical minerals pulse with ancient power, and the very stones sing with accumulated enchantment, generations of magical miners have built communities that exist in perfect harmony with the treasures they extract from the living rock. As the night settles around us like a comfortable blanket, let us venture into these remarkable underground settlements where families have spent centuries perfecting the delicate art of magical mining, where traditional songs echo through crystalline chambers, and where the patient work of extraction and refinement has created some of the most essential materials used throughout the wizarding world. The ancient mining communities represent a unique form of magical civilization, one built around the careful cultivation of relationships between human miners and the mineral spirits that inhabit the deepest veins of precious magical materials. These are not the crude excavations that Muggles might imagine when they think of mining operations, but sophisticated communities where the extraction of magical substances is treated as a sacred art that requires years of training, deep spiritual understanding, and profound respect for the Earth's generous gifts. Picture yourself descending through a mine shaft that has been in continuous operation for over 800 years, where the wooden support beams have been replaced by living stone that grows and strengthens itself through the application of ancient earth magic. The tunnel walls around you glow with the soft phosphorescence of magical minerals, their light dancing across surfaces that have been polished smooth by generations of miners who have passed this way before you. The air here is warm and surprisingly fresh, kept pure by ventilation systems that channel underground winds through carefully calculated passages. The residential areas of these mining communities are marvels of underground architecture, where entire families live in comfortable homes carved directly into the mineral-rich walls of natural caverns. These homes feature the unique aesthetic that develops when living spaces are shaped around the natural formations of magical crystals and ore veins, creating rooms where walls sparkle with embedded gems and where the very structure of the dwelling contributes to the magical ambiance of daily life. Children grow up in bedrooms where amethyst formations serve as natural nightlights, where quartz crystals in the walls amplify the gentle lullabies their parents sing, and where the constant presence of beneficial magical minerals contributes to their health and magical development. The mining techniques employed by these ancient communities bear little resemblance to the mechanical extraction methods used in the Muggle world. Magical miners work as partners with the earth itself, using spells that encourage mineral veins to reveal themselves, charms that separate valuable magical substances from ordinary rock without damaging either, and extraction rituals that ensure the continued growth and renewal of the magical deposits they harvest. This sustainable approach to mining has allowed the same families to work the same mineral veins for dozens of generations without depleting the Earth's bounty. The master miners who lead these communities possess knowledge that has been passed down through family lines for centuries, understanding not just the technical aspects of magical mineral extraction, but also the spiritual dimensions of their work. They know which phases of the moon are most favorable for mining different types of magic, old crystals, how to read the subtle signs that indicate when a mineral vein is ready for harvesting, and how to perform the gratitude rituals that maintain the positive relationship between their communities and the earth spirits who guard the underground treasures. The workshops where raw magical minerals are refined and prepared for use throughout the wizarding world represent the pinnacle of alchemical engineering. These carefully designed chambers feature furnaces that burn with flames sustained by the magical properties of the materials being processed, creating temperatures and magical fields that cannot be replicated in surface facilities. The refined products of these workshops include the rare ingredients used in the most powerful potions, the magical components essential for crafting the finest wands, and the specialized materials required for creating protective charms and healing artifacts. The cultural life of these mining communities has developed its own rich traditions that reflect the unique conditions of underground existence. The songs that miners sing while they work serve not only as entertainment, but as functional components of their mining magic, with specific melodies and rhythms that help to locate mineral veins, encourage the growth of magical crystals, and maintain the spiritual connections that make sustainable mining possible. These traditional songs are taught to children from their earliest years, ensuring that each new generation inherits not just the technical knowledge needed for mining, but also the cultural wisdom that makes their communities sustainable and prosperous. The great halls where mining communities gather for celebrations and important meetings are often situated in natural chambers where spectacular mineral formations create breathtaking backdrops for community events. Imagine attending a harvest festival in a vast cavern where walls covered with crystalline formations amplify the voices of singers and musicians, where the natural acoustics created by mineral-rich stone allow for musical performances of extraordinary beauty and power. These gatherings strengthen the bonds between community members while celebrating their shared dedication to the ancient arts of magical mining. The educational systems developed by mining communities ensure that young people learn not only the practical skills needed for their future work, but also the historical and cultural knowledge that connects them to their ancestral traditions. Children attend schools carved into chambers where mineral formations serve as natural teaching aids, where lessons about magical geology can be illustrated with living examples of crystal growth and ore formation, and where the connection between theoretical knowledge and practical application is constantly reinforced through hands-on experience with the materials their families extract and refine. The trading relationships between mining communities and the broader wizarding world have shaped magical commerce for centuries. The rare materials produced by these underground settlements are essential components in everything from the most basic household charms to the most sophisticated magical research, making the mining communities crucial partners in maintaining the magical economy. Traders who venture into these underground settlements often describe the experience as stepping into a different world, one where the very air shimmers with magical potential, and where the accumulated wisdom of generations can be felt in every carefully crafted chamber. The security measures protecting these mining communities reflect both the value of the materials they produce and their vulnerability to those who might seek to exploit their resources through force rather than fair trade. Hidden passages allow miners to retreat to secure areas if their communities are threatened, while magical alarm systems can detect unauthorized intrusions from vast distances. Emergency procedures ensure that valuable mining equipment and refined materials can be quickly secured or evacuated if circumstances require such measures. The magical innovations developed by mining communities include some of the most sophisticated earth magic ever created. Miners have perfected techniques for encouraging the growth of magical minerals, for creating controlled magical fields that enhance the natural properties of underground deposits, and for maintaining the delicate balance between extraction and renewal that keeps their mines productive across centuries. These innovations have contributed to advances in magical geology and alchemy that benefit the entire wizarding world. The health and healing traditions of mining communities take advantage of the beneficial properties of the magical minerals with which they work daily. Healers in these communities have developed techniques for using specific types of magical crystals to treat injuries and illnesses, creating therapeutic chambers where patients can benefit from prolonged exposure to beneficial mineral emanations. The natural magical fields present in mining areas also contribute to the remarkable longevity and vitality commonly observed among miners and their families. The record-keeping systems maintained by mining communities preserve detailed documentation of mining techniques, mineral properties, and extraction results that span many centuries. These archives provide invaluable resources for magical researchers studying the properties of rare materials, the sustainable management of magical resources, and the historical development of alchemical techniques. The knowledge preserved in these underground libraries represents wisdom that cannot be found in any surface institution. As our exploration of these ancient mining communities draws to a close, imagine the gentle rhythm of daily life in these underground settlements. Miners beginning their shifts with traditional songs that connect them to their ancestral heritage. Families gathering for evening meals in homes where crystalline walls reflect the warm glow of magical hearths. Children learning the sacred arts that will allow them to continue their community's essential work, and elders sharing stories that preserve the wisdom accumulated through generations of patient collaboration with the earth's generous spirits. In this moment of appreciation for their dedication and skill, consider the remarkable patience required to master such demanding arts, the wisdom involved in creating communities that can thrive for centuries while maintaining sustainable relationships with the natural world. What drives such commitment to working in harmony with the Earth's deepest treasures, and how might the example of these mining communities inspire new approaches to resource management and environmental stewardship in our modern magical world? Chapter 2. The Goblin Banking Revolution. In the flickering candlelight of history's turning pages, few innovations have shaped the wizarding world as profoundly as the moment when goblins transformed from skilled craftsmen and traders into the financial architects of magical society. The transformation did not happen overnight, but rather emerged from centuries of accumulated wisdom about value, security, and trust. As wizard communities grew larger and more complex, their financial needs evolved beyond simple bartering and the exchange of crafted goods. Wealthy wizard families accumulated treasures that needed safekeeping. Merchants required secure ways to transfer funds across great distances, and the magical government needed reliable methods to manage increasingly complex economic systems. This created fascinating philosophical questions about the nature of custody versus ownership that would influence goblin banking practices for centuries to come. The security measures developed for these early vaults were revolutionary in their sophistication. Goblins discovered that they could weave protective spells directly into the stone itself, creating barriers that were not merely magical obstacles, but became part of the fundamental structure of the underground chambers. These protections were designed to recognize not just the authorized account holder, but to respond to intent, emotional state, and even the subtle magical signatures that each wizard carried. The famous Thief's Downfall, which would later become one of Gringotts' most feared security features, was first developed during this early period. The waterfall was not simply a detection system, but a complex magical construct that could distinguish between legitimate account access and attempted theft with a precision that amazed even the most skilled wizard security experts. The water itself was imbued with goblin magic that could strip away concealment charms, reveal hidden objects, and even detect the emotional state of those who passed through it. As word of goblin banking security spread throughout the wizarding world, demand for their services grew exponentially. Wizard families who had previously kept their wealth hidden in family vaults or protected by household magic began to recognize the superior safety offered by goblin-managed facilities. The goblins' reputation for absolute discretion and unbreachable security became legendary, attracting not just British wizards, but magical folk from across Europe and beyond. The economic implications of this shift were profound and far-reaching. For the first time in magical history, wealth could be safely accumulated on a massive scale. Wizard families could build fortunes across generations without fear of theft or loss, knowing that their treasures were protected by the most sophisticated security magic available. This security enabled the development of more complex financial instruments, loans, investments, and international transfers that would have been impossible under the previous system of individual wealth management. The goblins themselves underwent significant cultural changes as their role in wizarding society evolved. Traditional goblin clans began to specialize in different aspects of banking operations. The Vault Keeper clans developed expertise in security and protection magic, while the Gold Counter clans became masters of financial record-keeping and currency management. The Dragon Handler clans took on the dangerous but essential task of managing the fearsome creatures that guarded the deepest and most valuable vaults. The introduction of dragons as vault guardians represented perhaps the most dramatic innovation in magical security. These ancient, powerful creatures were not simply guard animals, but became integral parts of the banking system's magical infrastructure. Each dragon was carefully selected and trained to respond to specific goblin commands, creating an additional layer of protection that even the most skilled dark wizards found nearly impossible to overcome. The relationship between goblins and their dragon guardians developed into something approaching partnership. The dragons, while maintaining their fierce independence, seemed to understand their role in protecting the accumulated wealth of the magical world. In return, they were provided with comfortable lairs, regular meals, and the respect due to creatures of their power and intelligence. The deeper vaults, where the oldest and most powerful dragons resided, became legendary for their impregnability. As Gringotts expanded its operations, the bank began to influence magical society in ways that extended far beyond simple wealth storage. The goblin approach to financial management emphasized long-term thinking and careful planning, concepts that began to influence wizard attitudes toward money and investment. Families that had previously spent wealth as quickly as they earned it began to develop more sophisticated approaches to financial planning, encouraged by goblin advisors who understood the value of patience and strategic thinking. The standardization of magical currency became another crucial contribution of the goblin banking revolution. Prior to Gringotts' influence, different wizard communities often used various forms of payment, goblin-made objects, rare magical ingredients, or even barter systems. The bank's emphasis on standardized gold, silver, and bronze coins created a unified system that facilitated trade across the entire magical world. The famous Gringotts cart system, which allowed access to the deepest vaults, became a wonder in its own right. These magically powered vehicles could navigate the complex underground railway system at incredible speeds, carrying bank employees and customers through miles of tunnels carved deep into the earth. The carts themselves were protected by numerous safety charms and could adjust their speed and direction automatically to avoid collisions or other hazards. The goblin employees who operated these systems became highly specialized professionals, each trained in specific aspects of banking operations. The key holders developed an almost mystical ability to match customers with their proper vaults, while the cart operators became skilled navigators capable of traversing the most complex underground routes. The treasure assessors developed expertise in evaluating the worth and authenticity of countless magical objects, from ancient wizard artifacts to foreign magical currencies. As generations passed, Gringotts evolved from a simple storage facility into the financial heart of the wizarding world. The bank began offering services that went far beyond vault management, currency exchange for international travelers, financial advice for growing wizard businesses, and even specialized storage for particularly dangerous or valuable magical objects. The deepest vaults became repositories for items too powerful or dangerous for private ownership, secured behind protections that some considered stronger than those guarding the Ministry of Magic itself. The Goblin banking revolution also created new forms of magical employment and expertise. Young goblins began to specialize in financial magic, developing spells and techniques specifically designed for banking operations. These innovations included protective charms that could secure vast amounts of treasure, detection spells that could identify counterfeit currency, and communication magic that allowed different Gringotts branches to coordinate their operations across great distances. The influence of goblin banking extended into wizard politics and governance as well. The Ministry of Magic came to rely on Gringotts for managing government finances, securing important documents, and even providing neutral ground for sensitive political negotiations. The bank's reputation for absolute neutrality in wizard conflicts made it an ideal location for meetings between opposing parties who needed to trust that their discussions would remain confidential. As you settle into peaceful rest tonight, consider how the vision and innovation of those early goblin bankers created the foundation for an entire civilization's economic prosperity. Their transformation of simple security magic into a sophisticated financial system enabled the wizarding world to flourish in ways that would have been impossible under older, simpler economic arrangements. The Goblin banking revolution represents one of history's most successful examples of how technical expertise, combined with deep understanding of human nature and social needs, can create institutions that serve entire civilizations for centuries. What lessons about trust, security, and the relationship between innovation and tradition might we discover in the remarkable story of how underground craftsmen became the guardians of an entire world's wealth? Chapter 3. The Buried Libraries. In chambers carved deep beneath the earth's surface, where silence reigns absolute save for the whisper of turning pages and the soft scratch of quills on parchment, the greatest collections of magical knowledge rest in perfect preservation, guarded by dedicated scholars who have devoted their lives to protecting the accumulated wisdom of centuries. As we settle into the peaceful quiet of our evening together, let us venture into these magnificent buried library psalms where ancient texts reveal their secrets to patient readers, where scrolls written by long-dead wizards still pulse with magical energy, and where the very walls themselves serve as repositories for knowledge that could reshape our understanding of magic itself. The creation of these underground libraries arose from the fundamental need to preserve magical knowledge during periods when surface institutions faced destruction from warfare, persecution, or natural disasters. Unlike ordinary books that might survive such calamities through luck or chance, magical texts require very specific conditions for their preservation, conditions that can only be reliably maintained in carefully constructed underground environments where temperature, humidity, and magical field strength remain constant year after year, decade after decade, century after century. Picture yourself descending through a concealed entrance hidden beneath an ancient oak tree, where a spiral staircase carved from living stone leads down into chambers that have remained undisturbed for over 1,000 years. The air here carries the distinctive scent of old parchment and preserved leather, mixed with the subtle aroma of the preservation spells that have kept these precious documents in perfect condition despite their incredible age. Floating candles provide gentle illumination that never flickers or dims, their light carefully calibrated to provide optimal reading conditions without causing any damage to the sensitive materials stored throughout these chambers. The main reading halls of these buried libraries represent architectural achievements that rival any surface structure for beauty and functionality. Vast chambers stretch away into shadowy distances, their walls lined from floor to ceiling with shelves that seem to extend upward forever, accessible through a series of floating platforms and magical ladders that respond to readers' needs with gentle efficiency. The shelving systems themselves are marvels of magical engineering, with each section designed to provide the specific environmental conditions required by different types of magical texts. The organization systems employed in these libraries go far beyond simple alphabetical or subject matter arrangements, utilizing magical cataloging techniques that allow scholars to locate specific information with remarkable precision. Enchanted card catalogs respond to queries by highlighting relevant texts, while magical search spells can identify passages dealing with particular topics even when those passages appear in unexpected contexts. Some of the most advanced libraries feature index systems that update themselves automatically as new materials are added to the collection, ensuring that even the most recently acquired texts can be located quickly by researchers. The preservation chambers, where the most valuable and delicate texts are stored, represent the pinnacle of magical conservation technology. These specially constructed rooms maintain perfect atmospheric conditions through the constant application of preservation charms that have been refined over centuries of experimentation and improvement. Ancient scrolls that would crumble to dust at the slightest disturbance in surface conditions remain flexible and readable in these chambers, their magical properties sustained by the carefully controlled environment. The copying workshops where scribes create duplicate texts serve the dual purposes of preserving knowledge and making it available to researchers who cannot access the original documents. Master scribes working in these chambers employ techniques that go far beyond simple transcription, using magical copying methods that preserve not only the text of original documents, but also their magical properties and enchantments. Some copying procedures require months or even years to complete, with scribes working in carefully coordinated shifts to ensure that the magical energy required for perfect reproduction remains constant throughout the process. The restoration laboratories where damaged texts are carefully repaired represent some of the most delicate and demanding work performed anywhere in the magical world. Master conservators working with tools that are themselves priceless magical artifacts can restore texts that appear hopelessly damaged, using techniques that can rebuild missing sections of parchment, restore faded ink, and even recover text that has been deliberately obscured or erased. The restoration of a single important manuscript might require years of patient work, but the results can recover knowledge that was thought to be lost forever. The research facilities associated with these buried libraries provide scholars with ideal conditions for conducting detailed studies of magical texts and principles. Private study chambers offer complete quiet and isolation for researchers working on particularly demanding projects, while collaborative workspaces allow teams of scholars to pool their expertise when tackling complex magical problems. Specialized equipment enables researchers to analyze magical texts in ways that reveal hidden layers of meaning, encrypted passages, and magical properties that are not apparent through ordinary reading. The translation departments where texts in ancient or obscure magical languages are made accessible to modern readers represent centers of linguistic scholarship that preserve knowledge of magical languages that would otherwise be lost to time. Master linguists working in these departments maintain fluency in dozens of ancient magical tongues, while their apprentices learn the complex skills required to translate not just the literal meaning of ancient texts, but also their magical and cultural contexts. The security systems protecting these buried libraries reflect both the immense value of their contents and the vulnerability of irreplaceable texts to theft, damage, or destruction. Multiple layers of magical protection ensure that only authorized scholars can access the most valuable materials, while monitoring charms track the movement and use of every text in the collection. Emergency procedures can instantly seal the entire library complex in the event of external threats, while evacuation protocols ensure that the most precious documents can be quickly moved to even more secure locations if circumstances require such measures. The scholar communities that have developed around these buried libraries represent unique societies dedicated entirely to the preservation and advancement of magical knowledge. Families of librarians, scribes, and researchers live in comfortable quarters carved into the library complexes, their entire lives devoted to the care and study of the texts under their protection. Children grow up surrounded by the accumulated wisdom of centuries, learning to read ancient magical languages before they master modern speech, and developing the patience and dedication required for scholarly work of the highest quality. The educational programs conducted in these libraries provide training that cannot be obtained anywhere else in the magical world. Advanced students come from across the wizarding world to study under master scholars who have spent decades mastering particular areas of magical knowledge, learning not only the content of ancient texts, but also the research methods and analytical techniques required to extract new insights from familiar materials. The communication networks that connect different buried libraries allow for collaborative research projects that span vast distances and involve multiple collections. Magical messaging systems enable scholars in different libraries to share discoveries, coordinate research efforts, and provide mutual assistance with particularly challenging projects. These networks also facilitate the exchange of materials between libraries, allowing researchers to access texts from multiple collections without the risks involved in transporting irreplaceable documents. The cataloging projects undertaken by these libraries have created comprehensive indexes of magical knowledge that serve as essential resources for researchers throughout the wizarding world. These catalogs not only identify the location and contents of specific texts, but also trace the relationships between different works, identify areas where knowledge gaps exist, and highlight connections between seemingly unrelated magical principles. The publication programs operated by some buried libraries make selected portions of their collections available to the broader magical community through carefully produced editions that preserve the essential knowledge contained in rare texts, while protecting the originals from unnecessary handling. These publications have contributed enormously to the advancement of magical education and research, making ancient wisdom accessible to new generations of magical practitioners. The diplomatic functions served by these libraries extend beyond their primary educational and research missions, with library scholars often serving as neutral mediators in disputes between different magical communities. The vast knowledge contained in their collections, combined with their reputation for scholarly objectivity, makes library representatives valuable advisors in situations where historical precedent and deep understanding of magical law are required. As our exploration of these magnificent buried libraries draws to a close, imagine the peaceful scene that unfolds each evening in these underground halls of learning. Scholars bent over ancient texts by the light of floating candles, scribes carefully copying precious manuscripts for future generations, librarians tending their collections with the reverence of devoted guardians, and the vast accumulated wisdom of magical civilization resting safely in chambers that will protect it for centuries to come. In this moment of appreciation for their dedication to preserving knowledge, consider the remarkable commitment required to maintain such institutions across generations, the wisdom involved in creating systems that can protect irreplaceable texts while making them available to those who can benefit from their contents. What drives such devotion to the preservation of learning, and how might the example of these buried libraries inspire new approaches to protecting and sharing knowledge in our rapidly changing magical world? Chapter V: Underground Transportation Networks. Beneath the familiar paths that wizards travel on the surface world, an intricate web of magical transportation routes threads through the Earth's depths, connecting distant magical communities with systems so sophisticated they make the night bus seem quaint by comparison. As we drift into the gentle rhythm of our evening exploration, let us journey through these remarkable underground networks, where enchanted mine carts race through tunnels that bend space and time, where pneumatic tube systems carry messages and small packages at impossible speeds, and where the very concept of distance becomes fluid in passages carved by centuries of transportation magic. The development of underground magical transportation arose from the fundamental challenges faced by magical communities that needed to maintain communication and trade relationships while remaining completely hidden from Muggle observation. Surface travel, even with the most sophisticated concealment charms, always carried risks of discovery that underground routes could eliminate entirely. More importantly, the stable magical fields present in deep earth environments allowed for transportation magic that was far more powerful and reliable than anything possible on the surface. Picture yourself standing on a platform carved from polished granite in a chamber that serves as a central hub for one of these transportation networks, where tunnels branch off in all directions like the spokes of an enormous wheel. The platform itself hums with barely contained magical energy, its surface inscribed with directional runes that glow softly as enchanted vehicles approach and depart. The air here carries the distinctive sensation of compressed space, the subtle vibration that indicates the presence of magic powerful enough to fold distance upon itself. The minecart systems that form the backbone of many underground transportation networks represent marvels of magical engineering that combine traditional mining technology with advanced transportation magic. These are not the simple carts that Muggles might recognize from their mining operations, but sophisticated vehicles capable of carrying passengers and cargo through tunnel systems at speeds that would be impossible for any surface conveyance. The carts themselves are works of art, as much as functional transportation, their surfaces decorated with protective runes that shield passengers from the magical forces generated during high-speed underground travel. The tracks upon which these magical carts travel are themselves extraordinary achievements, constructed from rails that have been infused with directional magic that guides the carts along their intended routes, while providing the energy needed for propulsion. These magical rail systems can accommodate multiple vehicles traveling simultaneously through the same tunnel system, with traffic control spells that coordinate movement and prevent collisions, even when dozens of carts are using the same routes at the same time. The tunnel construction techniques employed for these transportation networks require the development of entirely new approaches to magical excavation and reinforcement. Traditional mining methods were far too slow and limited for creating the vast tunnel systems needed for rapid long-distance transportation, leading to innovations in earth magic that could persuade solid rock to reshape itself into perfectly smooth, mathematically precise passages. The tunnels themselves feature magical lighting systems that activate automatically as vehicles approach, creating corridors of gentle illumination that guide travelers safely through the underground darkness. Perhaps most remarkably, many of these transportation tunnels employ space compression magic that allows them to cover vast distances through relatively short physical passages. A tunnel that appears to be only a few miles long might actually connect locations that are hundreds of miles apart on the surface, with the intervening distance compressed through magical fields that exist in carefully controlled dimensional pockets. The engineering required to create and maintain such compressed space tunnels represents some of the most advanced magic ever attempted on such a large scale. The pneumatic tube networks that carry messages and small packages through these underground systems operate on principles that combine Muggle pneumatic technology with magical propulsion and guidance systems. These tube networks can deliver packages across continental distances in a matter of hours, with routing systems so sophisticated that a single package can be automatically transferred between multiple tube systems to reach its final destination without any human intervention. The tubes themselves are works of precision magical craftsmanship, their interiors lined with frictionless surfaces that allow capsules to travel at tremendous speeds without generating heat or noise. The navigation systems employed in these underground transportation networks solve the complex problem of maintaining accurate directional orientation in environments where traditional compass readings are unreliable, and where the compression of space makes conventional distance measurements meaningless. Magical navigation devices respond to the Earth's own magnetic fields, enhanced by artificial magical beacons placed at strategic points throughout the tunnel systems. These navigation aids ensure that even the most complex multi-stage journeys can be completed accurately, without requiring passengers to possess detailed knowledge of the underground route systems. The passenger facilities associated with major transportation hubs provide comfortable waiting areas where travelers can rest between connections or prepare for long journeys through the underground networks. These facilities feature everything from simple rest areas with comfortable seating to elaborate terminal buildings with shops, restaurants, and accommodation for passengers who need to remain overnight between connections. The largest transportation hubs rival surface train stations for their size and complexity, with multiple levels of platforms serving different route systems and passenger services that cater to every conceivable travel need. The cargo handling systems developed for underground transportation networks enable the movement of large quantities of goods and materials between distant magical communities without any risk of surface detection. Specialized cargo cars can accommodate everything from bulk agricultural products to delicate magical artifacts, with loading and unloading facilities that use magical levitation and transportation spells to move heavy or awkward cargo efficiently. Some transportation networks feature dedicated cargo routes that operate continuously, providing reliable supply lines that keep remote magical communities connected to broader trade networks. The maintenance systems required to keep these complex transportation networks operating reliably represent ongoing challenges that have led to significant innovations in magical engineering. Inspection vehicles that can travel the entire length of tunnel systems while monitoring track conditions, tunnel integrity, and magical field strength ensure that potential problems are identified and corrected before they can cause service disruptions. Specialized repair teams work continuously to maintain the magical enchantments that keep the transportation systems operating, with emergency procedures that can quickly restore service even after major magical field disruptions. The scheduling systems that coordinate movement through these networks must account for variables that simply do not exist in surface transportation. The magical energy levels required for space compression travel vary depending on celestial conditions, underground magical field fluctuations, and the cumulative effects of heavy traffic through the compressed space tunnels. Advanced scheduling magic takes all of these factors into account, creating timetables that maximize system efficiency while ensuring passenger safety and comfort. The security measures protecting these underground transportation networks reflect both their strategic importance and their vulnerability to magical interference or attack. Protective enchantments prevent unauthorized access to tunnel systems, while monitoring spells detect any magical interference that might threaten passenger safety. Emergency procedures can instantly isolate compromised sections of the network, while evacuation protocols ensure that passengers can be quickly moved to safety even in the most remote sections of the tunnel systems. The communication systems that coordinate these transportation networks enable real-time coordination between different sections of the underground system, ensuring that schedule changes, emergency situations, or maintenance requirements are immediately communicated to all relevant personnel. These communication networks also provide passengers with current information about travel conditions, estimated arrival times, and connection opportunities, making the underground transportation experience remarkably convenient despite its complexity. The integration of these underground networks with surface transportation systems allows passengers to travel seamlessly between underground and surface routes, with transfer facilities that provide connections to everything from the Flu network to international portkey services. These integrated transportation hubs serve as crucial links between the hidden underground magical world and the more familiar surface magical transportation options. The environmental control systems maintain comfortable conditions throughout the transportation networks, ensuring that passengers traveling through deep underground tunnels experience appropriate temperature, humidity, and air quality, regardless of the conditions in the surrounding earth. Ventilation systems provide fresh air throughout the tunnel networks, while climate control magic maintains comfortable temperatures even in tunnels that pass through areas where the Earth's natural heat would otherwise make travel uncomfortable. The historical development of these transportation networks can be traced through the different construction techniques and magical technologies employed in various sections of the tunnel systems. Older sections feature the simpler but more robust construction methods used by earlier generations of magical engineers, while newer expansions incorporate the latest advances in transportation magic and tunnel construction. This historical layering creates networks that serve as museums of magical transportation technology as well as functional travel systems. As our exploration of these remarkable underground transportation networks draws to a close, imagine the constant movement that flows through these hidden passages: magical families traveling to visit distant relatives, merchants carrying exotic goods between remote magical communities, scholars journeying to buried libraries and research centers, and countless others whose lives are made possible by the invisible infrastructure that connects the underground magical world. In this moment of appreciation for these engineering marvels, consider the remarkable vision required to create such comprehensive transportation systems, the dedication involved in maintaining networks that span vast distances beneath the Earth's surface. What drives such commitment to connecting distant magical communities, and how might these underground transportation networks inspire new approaches to magical travel and communication in our increasingly connected magical world? Chapter 5. The Philosophy of Goblin Ownership. In the quiet contemplation of this evening hour, let us explore one of the most profound and persistent sources of misunderstanding between wizards and goblins, a philosophical divide so fundamental that it touches the very core of how each culture understands the relationship between beings and objects, between creation and possession. The Goblin concept of ownership represents not merely a different approach to property law, but an entirely different way of understanding the connections that bind creator to creation, and the responsibilities that flow from the act of bringing something new into existence. To truly comprehend the Goblin perspective, you must first set aside the familiar wizard understanding of ownership as a simple transaction where payment transfers absolute control from seller to buyer. Imagine instead a worldview where every created object retains an eternal connection to its maker, where the act of creation establishes bonds that transcend conventional notions of commerce and inheritance. In Goblin philosophy, to create something is to become permanently responsible for it, and this responsibility cannot be sold, transferred, or abandoned regardless of what payments might change hands. This fundamental principle emerges from the Goblin understanding of what they call essence binding, the belief that every act of creation involves the maker investing a portion of their essential self into the object being made. When a Goblin smith forges a sword, they are not simply shaping metal according to their will, but are literally placing part of their own magical essence into the blade. This invested essence does not diminish the creator, but rather extends their being into the world through their work, creating connections that persist as long as the object exists. Picture yourself sitting beside an ancient Goblin elder as they explain this concept to a young apprentice. The elder might hold up a simple Goblin-made ring, turning it slowly in the firelight, as they speak of how the smith who created it centuries ago remains connected to this small circle of metal. Through this connection, the original maker's descendants can sense the ring's condition, know if it has been damaged or mistreated, and even influence its behavior in subtle ways. The ring is not merely an object that once belonged to its creator, it continues to be part of them in a very real and ongoing sense. This connection operates independently of any commercial transactions that might involve the object. From the Goblin perspective, when a wizard purchases a Goblin-made sword, they are not buying the sword itself, but rather purchasing the right to use it for their lifetime. The sword remains fundamentally connected to its Goblin creator and their clan, and this connection imposes obligations on both the user and the maker's community. The user has a responsibility to treat the sword with proper respect, and to use it in ways that honor its creation, while the maker's clan retains both the right and the responsibility to ensure the sword is not misused or degraded. The wizard concept of inheritance is particularly difficult for Goblins to accept because it assumes that ownership can be passed from one generation to the next, as if it were a simple possession. In Goblin understanding, each individual's relationship with an object is unique and personal, based on their own merit, and the object's acceptance of them as a worthy user. When a wizard dies, their children do not automatically inherit the right to use Goblin-made objects, simply because of their bloodline. They must earn that right through their own actions, and demonstrate that they are worthy inheritors of the responsibility that comes with using such powerful creations. This principle has created countless conflicts throughout Wizard-Goblin history, as wizard families have struggled to understand why Goblins might reclaim objects that have been in their possession for generations. From the wizard perspective, these seem like simple theft or breach of contract, but from the Goblin viewpoint, they represent the necessary recovery of objects whose users have failed to maintain the proper relationship with them. A Goblin-made cup that sits unused in a wizard family's vault for decades is, in Goblin understanding, being neglected by people who have forgotten their responsibilities as caretakers. The Goblin concept of true ownership extends beyond material objects to encompass knowledge, techniques, and even ideas. When Goblin smiths develop new metalworking techniques, or discover improved methods for imbuing magical properties into their creations, this knowledge is considered to belong eternally to the Goblin community. The sharing of such knowledge with wizards is seen as granting permission to use these techniques, not as selling the knowledge itself. This creates ongoing obligations for wizards who benefit from Goblin innovations. They are expected to acknowledge the source of their knowledge, and to use it in ways that honor its origins. The training of young Goblins in these philosophical principles begins early and continues throughout their lives. Goblin children learn to understand objects, not as mere possessions, but as participants in ongoing relationships that require constant attention and care. They are taught to sense the emotional states of goblin-made objects, to recognize when an item is content with its current situation, and when it yearns to return to its community of origin. This education creates deep emotional and spiritual connections between goblins and the objects their people have created throughout history. The practical implications of goblin ownership philosophy extend into every aspect of their society and their interactions with the wider magical world. Goblin banks, for instance, operate on principles that reflect these beliefs about the nature of possession and responsibility. When goblins manage wizard wealth, they see themselves not as simple custodians, but as active partners in ensuring that valuable objects are properly cared for and used responsibly. This creates a level of personal investment in their clients' financial well-being that goes far beyond conventional banking relationships. The famous incident involving the Sword of Gryffindor illustrates these principles in action. When the sword was taken from Griphook after he had helped recover it from Bellatrix Lestrange's vault, the goblin community viewed this not as a breach of a specific agreement, but as a fundamental violation of the sword's rightful place in the world. From their perspective, the sword belonged with goblins not because of any legal claim, but because that was where it could be properly honored and cared for according to its true nature. The development of goblin legal traditions reflects their unique understanding of ownership and responsibility. Goblin courts do not simply adjudicate disputes over who owns what, but rather seek to determine what relationships best serve the interests of all parties, including the objects themselves. In goblin legal thinking, a sword that sits unused in a vault is poorly served by its current arrangement, regardless of how much its nominal owner might have paid for it. Justice, from this perspective, requires ensuring that objects are placed with those who will use them properly and maintain appropriate relationships with their creators. This legal framework creates complex negotiations when goblin-made objects change hands. Rather than simple sales, these transactions often involve detailed agreements about how objects will be used, maintained, and eventually passed on to future users. Goblin contracts typically include provisions for regular inspections to ensure that objects are being properly cared for, and they often specify circumstances under which objects might be reclaimed if they are being neglected or misused. The emotional dimension of goblin ownership philosophy cannot be understated. Goblins experience genuine grief when objects created by their ancestors are mistreated or lost, much as wizards might mourn the death of a family member. The recovery of long-lost goblin-made objects is celebrated as a homecoming, with ceremonies that welcome these items back into the community that created them. This emotional investment makes goblin attitudes toward ownership intensely personal and helps explain why disputes over these issues can escalate so quickly into serious conflicts. The influence of goblin ownership philosophy has gradually begun to affect wizard thinking about property and responsibility, particularly among those who work closely with goblin craftsmen, or who have developed deep appreciation for goblin-made objects. Some wizard families have adopted practices that reflect goblin principles, maintaining detailed records of how they care for goblin-made heirlooms, and ensuring that these objects are used regularly, rather than simply stored away. These families often develop ongoing relationships with the goblin clans that created their treasures, seeking advice about proper care and maintenance. Modern magical law has slowly evolved to acknowledge some aspects of goblin ownership philosophy, particularly in cases involving objects of exceptional magical or historical significance. Courts now sometimes consider factors beyond simple commercial transactions when determining the rightful possession of goblin-made objects, taking into account how well different parties can demonstrate their ability to properly care for and use these items. The teaching of goblin ownership philosophy in magical education has become increasingly important as the magical world has grown more interconnected and culturally diverse. Young wizards who understand these principles are better equipped to develop positive relationships with goblin communities and to avoid the misunderstandings that have caused so much conflict in the past. This education helps create a new generation of magical citizens who can appreciate the depth and wisdom of goblin traditions while maintaining their own cultural values. As you rest in the gentle quiet of this evening, consider how the goblin understanding of ownership challenges us to think more deeply about our relationships with the objects that surround us. Their philosophy suggests that true possession involves ongoing responsibility and care, that ownership is not a right to be claimed, but a relationship to be maintained. In a world where we often treat objects as disposable commodities, the goblin approach offers a different vision of how we might relate to the things we create and use. What insights about responsibility, connection, and the true nature of possession might we discover by examining our own relationships with the objects we cherish most, and how might adopting elements of goblin wisdom change the way we understand our role as stewards of the things we hold dear? Chapter 6: Modern Underground Communities. Beneath the bustling magical cities of our contemporary world, new generations of magical folk have created underground communities that blend ancient wisdom with modern innovation, crafting living spaces that honor traditional underground culture while embracing the conveniences and connections that define 21st century magical life. As our evening's journey through the hidden depths reaches its gentle conclusion, let us explore these remarkable modern underground settlements where young magical families are rediscovering the timeless appeal of subterranean living, where cutting-edge magical technology harmonizes with the Earth's eternal rhythms, and where the future of magical civilization is being quietly shaped in chambers that pulse with both ancient power and contemporary purpose. The renaissance of underground living in the modern magical world reflects both practical considerations and a deeper spiritual longing for connection with the Earth's fundamental magical energies. As surface magical communities face increasing challenges from Muggle population growth, environmental changes, and the complexities of maintaining magical secrecy in an interconnected world, many magical families have begun to see underground living not as a retreat from modernity, but as a pathway toward a more sustainable and fulfilling magical lifestyle. Picture yourself descending through an entrance that appears to be nothing more than a contemporary subway station to passing Muggles, but which opens through magical recognition systems to reveal a gleaming underground concourse where magical families go about their daily routines in spaces that seamlessly blend the comfort of modern living with the timeless appeal of underground architecture. Children play in gardens illuminated by captured sunlight, while their parents conduct business through magical communication networks that connect their underground community to the global magical economy. The architectural innovations that characterize modern underground communities represent remarkable advances in magical engineering and design philosophy. Contemporary underground architects have developed construction techniques that allow for much larger open spaces than were possible in traditional underground settlements, creating vast community chambers where hundreds of families can gather for social events, cultural celebrations, and civic meetings. These grand spaces feature soaring ceilings supported by magical structural systems that distribute weight so efficiently that underground chambers can rival surface buildings for spaciousness and grandeur. The residential design principles employed in modern underground communities prioritize both individual family privacy and community connection, creating living spaces that can be easily modified to accommodate changing family needs, while maintaining the social cohesion that makes underground communities so appealing. Homes feature modular designs, where rooms can be expanded, reconfigured, or repurposed through magical construction techniques, allowing families to adapt their living spaces as children grow, elderly relatives join the household, or work requirements change. The integration of modern magical technology with traditional underground living has created lifestyle conveniences that rival or exceed anything available in surface magical communities. Advanced magical climate control systems maintain perfect environmental conditions year-round, while drawing their power from the Earth's natural magical fields, creating comfortable living spaces that require minimal external energy inputs. Communication systems provide instant connection to surface magical networks, while maintaining the security and privacy that make underground living so attractive to many magical families. The educational systems developed by modern underground communities combine the advantages of traditional underground learning with contemporary educational innovations and global connectivity. Children attend schools carved into beautiful underground chambers where traditional subjects like magical history and potion making are taught alongside cutting-edge fields like magical computer science and interdimensional physics. Distance learning connections allow underground students to participate in educational programs offered by surface institutions, while benefiting from the unique learning opportunities available only in underground environments. The economic integration of modern underground communities with the broader magical world has created new models for underground commerce and employment that allow residents to participate fully in the global magical economy while maintaining their underground lifestyle. Many underground residents work remotely for surface magical businesses, their underground offices providing ideal conditions for concentration and productivity. Others have established underground-based businesses that serve both local community needs and distant customers through magical shipping and communication networks. The cultural life of modern underground communities reflects a fascinating blend of ancient underground traditions with contemporary magical arts and entertainment. Traditional underground music and crafts are preserved and practiced alongside modern magical arts, creating cultural environments that honor the past while embracing innovation. Community centers feature both ancient-style gathering halls, where traditional ceremonies are held, and modern entertainment facilities, where residents can enjoy contemporary magical music, theater, and sports. The environmental sustainability initiatives undertaken by modern underground communities have established them as leaders in magical environmental stewardship, developing practices that minimize environmental impact while maximizing quality of life for residents. Advanced magical recycling systems process all community waste into useful materials, while underground agricultural systems provide fresh food using techniques that enhance rather than depleting the local magical ecosystem. Energy systems draw power from renewable magical sources, while contributing to the stability of regional magical fields. The transportation connections that link modern underground communities to surface magical networks ensure that residents can travel easily between their underground homes and surface destinations, while maintaining the security and privacy that attracted them to underground living. High-speed magical transportation systems provide rapid connections to major surface magical centers, while local transportation networks allow for convenient travel between different sections of the underground community. The healthcare systems available in modern underground communities combine traditional underground healing techniques with the latest advances in magical medicine, creating comprehensive healthcare services that take advantage of the unique healing properties available in underground environments. Medical facilities feature both modern magical medical equipment and ancient healing chambers, where patients can benefit from the therapeutic effects of controlled magical fields and beneficial mineral environments. The governance systems developed by modern underground communities represent innovative approaches to democratic participation and community decision-making that could serve as models for magical communities everywhere. These systems combine traditional underground consensus-building techniques with modern communication technologies, enabling all community members to participate meaningfully in decisions affecting their shared life, while maintaining the efficiency needed for effective community management. The research and development programs conducted by modern underground communities contribute to advances in magical technology and sustainable living practices that benefit the entire magical world. Underground research facilities provide ideal conditions for experiments and studies that require controlled environments, stable magical fields, and freedom from external interference, leading to innovations in everything from magical agriculture to advanced spell development. The cultural exchange programs that connect modern underground communities with traditional underground settlements preserve ancient knowledge while enabling the sharing of modern innovations. Elder practitioners from ancient underground communities serve as teachers and advisors in modern settlements, while young underground residents bring new technologies and perspectives to traditional communities, creating beneficial relationships that strengthen underground culture as a whole. The integration of modern underground communities with magical conservation efforts has created new models for protecting and preserving magical environments while maintaining thriving human communities. Underground settlements serve as research centers for studying underground magical ecosystems, as sanctuaries for threatened magical species, and as demonstration sites for sustainable magical living practices that minimize environmental impact. The youth programs developed by modern underground communities ensure that young people growing up in underground environments have access to the same educational and social opportunities available to their surface counterparts, while also gaining the unique knowledge and skills that come from underground living. These programs include everything from traditional underground crafts instruction to modern magical technology training, preparing young underground residents for successful lives, whether they choose to remain in underground communities or pursue opportunities in the surface magical world. The future planning initiatives undertaken by modern underground communities demonstrate their commitment to long-term sustainability and continued growth, with expansion plans that can accommodate growing populations while preserving the environmental and social qualities that make underground living so appealing. These plans incorporate the latest advances in magical urban planning and sustainable community development, ensuring that underground communities will continue to thrive and evolve for generations to come. As our exploration of modern underground communities reaches its peaceful conclusion, imagine the gentle rhythm of evening life in these contemporary underground settlements. Families gathering for dinner in homes that blend ancient architectural wisdom with modern convenience. Children completing homework that connects them to the global magical educational community. Adults participating in community meetings that shape their shared future, and the quiet satisfaction of people who have found ways to honor the past while embracing the future, in communities that exist in perfect harmony with the earth that shelters them. In this final moment of reflection on our journey through the underground magical world, consider the remarkable adaptability and wisdom of these modern underground communities, their success in creating lifestyles that honor ancient traditions, while embracing contemporary opportunities. What does their example teach us about the possibility of building sustainable magical communities that can thrive in our changing world? And how might their innovations in underground living inspire new approaches to creating magical communities that serve both human needs and environmental stewardship in the centuries to come? Chapter 7. Goblin Magic versus Wizard Magic. In the hushed stillness of this evening, as the last traces of daylight fade from the sky, let us delve into one of the most fascinating and profound differences between wizard and goblin cultures. The fundamental ways in which these two magical peoples understand, channel, and express the mystical forces that flow through our world. Like two rivers flowing from the same mountain, but carving entirely different paths through the landscape, goblin and wizard magic spring from the same source of universal magical energy, yet manifest in ways so distinct that they seem almost to belong to different realms of possibility. To truly appreciate these differences, you must first understand that magic itself is not a single uniform force, but rather a complex tapestry of energies that can be accessed and directed through countless different approaches. Imagine magic as a vast ocean, its depths containing currents and layers that flow in different directions and at different speeds. Wizards have learned to sail upon this ocean's surface, using carefully crafted vessels, their wands, spells, and structured incantations to harness the wind and waves according to their will. Goblins, however, have chosen to dive deep beneath the surface, learning to swim in the magical currents themselves and to breathe the very essence of magical energy as naturally as air. The most immediately apparent difference between goblin and wizard magic lies in their relationship to magical tools and focuses. Wizard magic, as practiced for over a millennium, centers around the use of wands, carefully crafted implements that serve as conduits and amplifiers for magical energy. The wand becomes an extension of the wizard's will, allowing them to channel and direct magical forces with precision and power. Watch a wizard cast a spell, and you will see an intricate dance between practitioner and implement, where the wood, core, and craftsmanship of the wand all contribute to the effectiveness of the magical working. Goblin magic, by contrast, flows directly from the practitioner without the need for external focuses or tools. This wandless approach to magical practice represents not a limitation or primitive technique, but rather a fundamentally different understanding of how magical energy should be accessed and controlled. The goblins believe that placing barriers, even beneficial ones like wands, between the practitioner and raw magical energy actually diminishes the purity and power of magical workings. Their approach emphasizes direct connection with magical forces, requiring a level of personal attunement and internal discipline that many wizards find challenging to achieve. The philosophical foundations underlying these different approaches reveal deep cultural differences between the two peoples. Wizard magic, with its emphasis on learned techniques, formal education, and standardized procedures, reflects a culture that values knowledge, tradition, and the systematic accumulation of wisdom across generations. Young wizards spend years at institutions like Hogwarts, learning to master predetermined spells, memorizing incantations, and practicing wand movements until they become second nature. This structured approach creates magical practitioners who can achieve remarkable consistency and power through disciplined application of established techniques. Goblin magical education, however, emphasizes intuition, personal discovery, and the development of individual relationships with magical energy. Young goblins learn magic not through memorizing spells, but through meditation, physical exercises that attune them to magical currents, and gradual exposure to increasingly complex magical workings under the guidance of experienced practitioners. This approach creates magical practitioners whose abilities are deeply personal and often highly specialized, but who possess an intuitive understanding of magical energy that allows them to adapt and improvise in ways that surprise those accustomed to more structured magical traditions. The types of magic that each culture excels at reflect these fundamental differences in approach and philosophy. Wizard magic tends to be particularly effective for complex, large-scale workings that require precise control and coordination. The great architectural marvels of the wizarding world, from the moving staircases of Hogwarts to the spatial expansions that make magical tents larger inside than outside, represent achievements that are possible only through the systematic application of well-understood magical principles, the coordinated efforts of multiple skilled practitioners. Goblin magic, with its emphasis on direct manipulation of magical energy, excels in areas requiring deep integration between magical and physical properties. The legendary durability and adaptive capabilities of goblin-made objects result from magical techniques that literally weave magical energy into the molecular structure of materials during the crafting process. This creates enchantments that are not simply added to objects, but become integral parts of their fundamental nature. A goblin-enchanted sword doesn't merely have magical properties, it becomes a magical entity in its own right. The temporal aspects of goblin and wizard magic also differ significantly. Wizard spells tend to be discrete events with clear beginnings and endings. A wizard casts a summoning charm, an object flies through the air, and the spell concludes when the object reaches its destination. Goblin magic, however, often involves the creation of ongoing magical processes that continue and evolve over time. A goblin-enchanted vault door doesn't simply recognize authorized users, it learns and adapts, becoming more sophisticated and secure as it encounters different types of intrusion attempts. The energy signatures of goblin and wizard magic are so distinctive that experienced magical practitioners can often identify the source of magical workings simply by observing their effects. Wizard magic tends to produce clean, precise results that reflect the structured nature of the casting process. Goblin magic creates effects that seem more organic and fluid, as if the magical energy itself has been convinced to behave differently, rather than forced into a predetermined pattern. The interaction between goblin and wizard magic can produce remarkable results when practitioners from both traditions work together. The construction of Gringotts Bank required the combination of wizard architectural magic with goblin security enchantments, creating a structure that possesses capabilities that neither tradition could have achieved alone. The wizard contributions provide the large-scale structural magic needed to maintain vast underground spaces, while the goblin enchantments create the adaptive, learning security systems that make the bank virtually impregnable. However, these same interactions can also create unexpected complications when the different magical approaches conflict with each other. Wizard detection spells sometimes fail to properly identify goblin magical workings because they are designed to recognize the signatures of wand-based magic. Similarly, goblin security enchantments can sometimes react unpredictably to wizard magic, treating harmless wizard spells as potential threats because they represent unfamiliar patterns of magical energy. The healing traditions of both cultures demonstrate their different approaches to magical practice in particularly clear ways. Wizard healing magic focuses on the systematic repair of specific injuries and illnesses through carefully targeted spells and potions that address particular symptoms or conditions. Goblin healing magic takes a more holistic approach, working to restore the natural flow of magical energy through the patient's body and allowing their own healing mechanisms to function more effectively. The study of magical creatures reveals another area where goblin and wizard approaches diverge significantly. Wizards tend to categorize magical creatures according to their danger levels, intelligence, and usefulness to human society, developing spells and techniques for controlling or communicating with them. Goblins view magical creatures as fellow participants in the magical ecosystem, developing relationships based on mutual respect and understanding, rather than dominance and control. The combat applications of goblin and wizard magic reflect their different philosophical approaches to conflict and defense. Wizard combat magic emphasizes powerful, direct attacks that can overwhelm opponents through superior force, or clever tactical applications of well-known spells. Goblin combat magic focuses on adaptation, misdirection, and the use of the magical environment itself as both weapon and shield. Goblin warriors can manipulate the magical fields around them to create advantages that are often invisible to opponents, trained to recognize more conventional magical attacks. The preservation and transmission of magical knowledge also differs between the two traditions. Wizard knowledge is carefully documented in books, scrolls, and other written records that can be studied and referenced by future generations. This creates a cumulative tradition where each generation builds upon the discoveries of their predecessors. Goblin magical knowledge is typically transmitted through direct teaching relationships and experiential learning, creating a more personal but potentially more fragile tradition that depends heavily on unbroken chains of teacher-student relationships. The environmental effects of goblin and wizard magic provide another point of contrast between the two traditions. Wizard magic often leaves temporary disruptions in the local magical field that gradually fade as the spell effects dissipate. Goblin magic tends to create more permanent changes in the magical environment, particularly in areas where goblin practitioners work regularly. The deep tunnels and chambers of goblin communities often develop their own unique magical characteristics over time, becoming places where magic behaves differently than it does in the broader world. As you rest in the gentle quiet of this evening, consider how these two approaches to magic represent different ways of understanding humanity's relationship with the mysterious forces that surround us. The wizard tradition emphasizes learning, structure, and the systematic application of accumulated knowledge, while the goblin approach values intuition, adaptation, and direct personal connection with magical energy. Both paths offer profound insights into the nature of magic itself, and the countless ways that conscious beings can learn to work with the fundamental forces of creation. What wisdom about the balance between structure and intuition, between traditional knowledge and personal discovery, might we find by contemplating these two very different approaches to understanding and channeling the magical forces that flow through our world. Chapter 8. Daily Life in Gringotts and Goblin Society. As the gentle darkness of evening settles around us, let us journey beneath the bustling streets of Diagon Alley to explore the hidden world that exists in the depths below, a realm where goblin society flourishes in chambers carved from living rock, where the rhythms of daily life have been refined over centuries, and where the ancient traditions of goblin culture blend seamlessly with the modern demands of running the wizarding world's most important financial institution. Picture yourself descending into these depths, where the familiar sounds of the surface world fade away and are replaced by the distinctive music of goblin civilization. The main banking halls of Gringotts, while impressive to wizard visitors, represent only the outermost layer of a vast underground community that extends far deeper into the earth than most surface dwellers ever imagine. Beyond the marble counters and bronze doors, where wizards conduct their business, lies a complex network of chambers, corridors, and specialized areas where hundreds of goblin families live, work, and maintain the traditions that have sustained their culture for millennia. Imagine walking through the residential quarters of Gringotts, where goblin families make their homes in chambers that reflect both practicality and deep aesthetic sensibilities. These living spaces are carved directly from the surrounding rock, with each family gradually expanding and refining their quarters over generations. The walls are often decorated with intricate metalwork that serves both decorative and functional purposes: copper pipes that carry heated air through the rooms, silver inlays that provide gentle illumination, and iron frameworks that support additional chambers as families grow. The rhythm of daily life in these underground chambers follows patterns that have been established over centuries, beginning before dawn, as the first shift of bank workers prepares for the day's business. In the early morning hours, while the surface world still sleeps, goblin bakers begin preparing the dense, nutritious breads that sustain their community throughout long working days. These traditional foods, rich in minerals that goblins require for their health, fill the residential areas with warm, earthy aromas that signal the beginning of another day. The communal dining halls where goblin families gather for their morning meal represent one of the most important social institutions in their society. These large chambers, carved from single pieces of rock and supported by natural stone columns, serve as gathering places where news is shared, plans are made, and the complex social relationships that govern goblin society are maintained and strengthened. Picture yourself observing one of these morning gatherings, where the soft murmur of goblin conversation and their musical language mingles with the gentle clink of metal utensils and serving dishes. The organization of work within Gringotts reflects the highly specialized nature of goblin society, where different families and clans have developed expertise in particular aspects of banking operations over many generations. The Vault Keeper families, whose ancestors have been responsible for security magic for centuries, begin their days with ritual inspections of the protective systems that guard the bank's most valuable holdings. These inspections involve not just checking mechanical systems, but also renewing and strengthening the magical bonds that connect security spells to their goblin operators. The cart operator clans, whose knowledge of the underground railway system is passed down through family lines, spend their early hours checking track conditions and ensuring that the magical cart system is functioning properly. This work requires intimate knowledge of the complex three-dimensional network that connects different levels of the bank, as well as the magical techniques that allow the carts to navigate safely through tunnels that would be treacherous for less experienced operators. The daily routine of goblin children provides insight into how their society prepares the next generation for adult responsibilities. Young goblins begin each day with physical exercises designed to strengthen their connection to the earth and enhance their natural magical abilities. These exercises, performed in specialized chambers where the magical fields are particularly strong, help develop the intuitive understanding of magical energy that is essential for effective goblin magic. Education in goblin society is highly practical and hands-on, with children learning through direct participation in adult activities rather than formal classroom instruction. A young goblin interested in metalwork might spend their morning observing master smiths in the bank's workshops, gradually taking on simple tasks as their skills develop. Those drawn to financial work begin by sorting and counting coins under the supervision of experienced clerks, learning to recognize the subtle signs that distinguish genuine magical currency from counterfeit attempts. The workshops and forges that operate within Gringotts represent some of the finest examples of goblin craftsmanship in the modern world. These facilities, located in the deeper levels where the natural magical fields are strongest, operate continuously throughout the day as goblin artisans create and maintain the specialized tools and equipment that the bank requires. The sounds of these workshops, the rhythmic hammering of metal, the roar of magical forges, and the musical quality of goblin work songs provide a constant background to daily life in the underground community. The lunch period in goblin society serves not just as a time for nourishment, but as an important opportunity for social interaction and community decision-making. During these midday gatherings, family representatives discuss issues affecting their clans, negotiate work assignments, and resolve the small disputes that inevitably arise in any close-knit community. These discussions follow traditional formats that ensure every voice is heard while maintaining the efficiency necessary for a working community. The afternoon hours bring the peak of banking activity as wizard customers conduct their financial business in the upper levels. During this busy period, Goblin society operates with the precision of a well-crafted timepiece, with each family and clan fulfilling their specialized roles in support of the bank's operations. Security teams monitor the protective systems, financial clerks process transactions, and maintenance workers ensure that all the complex magical and mechanical systems continue to function smoothly. The care and feeding of the dragons that guard the deepest vaults represents one of the most specialized and honored roles in Goblin society. The dragon handler families, whose expertise with these magnificent creatures has been developed over many generations, spend their afternoons tending to their charges' needs. This work requires not just practical knowledge of dragon care, but deep understanding of the complex relationships that exist between goblins and these ancient intelligent creatures. The evening hours in Goblin society are devoted to family life, education, and the cultural activities that maintain their rich traditions. After the day's banking operations conclude, the underground chambers fill with the sounds of goblin music, complex rhythmic compositions that reflect their cultural values and historical experiences. These musical traditions serve both as entertainment and as methods for preserving important cultural knowledge, with songs that encode everything from technical information about metalworking to historical accounts of significant events. The education of young adults takes on particular importance during the evening hours, as master craftsmen and experienced workers share their knowledge with the next generation. These teaching sessions, conducted in workshops and specialized chambers throughout the underground complex, cover not just technical skills, but the philosophical and cultural principles that guide Goblin society. Students learn about the proper relationships between creator and creation, the responsibilities that come with expertise, and the importance of maintaining the traditions that have sustained their people for centuries. The social structure of Goblin society becomes particularly apparent during evening gatherings, where the complex relationships between different families and clans are expressed through elaborate protocols of respect and recognition. These social interactions, while formal by surface standards, serve important functions in maintaining community cohesion and ensuring that disputes are resolved before they can damage the cooperative relationships that make their society function. The maintenance of Gringotts itself requires constant attention from specialized teams of goblin workers who understand the intricate magical and mechanical systems that keep the bank operating smoothly. During the evening hours, when banking activity is at its lowest, these maintenance teams perform the detailed inspections and repairs that ensure the bank's continued operation. This work often involves the use of traditional goblin magic to strengthen protective spells and repair magical equipment that would be impossible to maintain using conventional methods. The nighttime hours in Goblin society are devoted to rest, but also to the contemplative activities that are essential for maintaining their magical abilities. Many goblins spend time before sleep in meditation chambers, where the natural magical fields are particularly strong, using these quiet hours to strengthen their connection to the magical energies that flow through the earth. These practices help maintain the intuitive magical abilities that are so central to goblin culture and ensure that each individual remains connected to the broader magical community. The residential areas of Gringotts become particularly peaceful during the night hours, as families gather in their private chambers for the quiet activities that strengthen family bonds. Children learn traditional crafts from their elders, stories are shared that preserve family histories, and the small rituals that mark important life events are performed in the intimate setting of family gatherings. The security operations that protect Gringotts continue around the clock, with night shift workers maintaining the constant vigilance that has made the bank legendary for its impregnability. These night workers, often members of families that have specialized in security magic for generations, move through the deep tunnels with the quiet confidence that comes from intimate knowledge of every passage and protective system. As you settle into the peaceful quiet of your own evening, consider how this hidden goblin society has created a way of life that successfully balances ancient traditions with modern responsibilities. Their underground community demonstrates how cultural values can be preserved and strengthened even as society adapts to changing circumstances and new challenges. The daily rhythms of goblin life reflect a deep understanding of the importance of community, tradition, and the careful stewardship of both magical and material resources. What lessons about community, tradition, and the balance between individual expertise and collective responsibility might we discover by observing how Goblin society has created a thriving culture beneath the very foundations of the wizarding world's financial system? Chapter 9. Famous Goblin Leaders Throughout History. In the soft glow of candlelight that has illuminated countless chronicles throughout the ages, let us turn our attention to the remarkable individuals who have shaped the course of Goblin history and influenced the relationship between goblins and wizards across the centuries. These extraordinary leaders, each emerging from the depths of Goblin society to leave their mark upon the magical world, represent the finest examples of Goblin wisdom, courage, and vision. Their stories remind us that true leadership transcends the boundaries of species and culture. Picture yourself seated in an ancient Goblin hall, where portraits of great leaders gaze down from walls carved from living stone, their eyes seeming to follow you as you contemplate the legacy of these remarkable individuals. Each portrait tells a story of leadership that emerged from the unique challenges and opportunities of its time, demonstrating how exceptional individuals can rise to meet the demands of history and guide their people through periods of crisis and transformation. The earliest recorded goblin leader of great historical significance was Eargit the Fierce, who lived during the turbulent period when goblin clans first began to unite into larger political entities. Eargit's greatest achievement lay not in military conquest, but in his ability to forge lasting alliances between traditionally independent goblin clans who had previously viewed cooperation with suspicion. Through a combination of diplomatic skill and deep understanding of goblin cultural values, Eargit created the first stable goblin confederations that would eventually evolve into the organized society that modern goblins inhabit. Eargit's approach to leadership emphasized consensus building and respect for traditional clan autonomy, while recognizing the practical advantages of coordinated action. Under his guidance, goblin clans began to specialize in different crafts and trades, creating the foundation for the complex economic relationships that would later make goblin society so prosperous. His famous saying, "A single hammer may forge a nail, but many hammers working together can shape the very mountains," became a guiding principle for goblin cooperation that continues to influence their society today. The legendary Gringotts the founder deserves special recognition not merely as the creator of the banking system that bears his name, but as a visionary leader who recognized how goblin talents could serve the broader magical community while strengthening goblin society itself. Gringotts' genius lay in understanding that goblin expertise in security magic and metalwork could be transformed into economic power that would make goblins indispensable partners, rather than merely tolerated neighbors. Gringotts' leadership style combined traditional goblin values with innovative thinking about how his people could thrive in an increasingly complex magical world. He spent decades traveling throughout the magical communities of Europe, studying different approaches to commerce and finance, while always maintaining his commitment to goblin cultural principles. When he finally established the first Gringotts Bank, he had created not just a financial institution, but a new model for how goblins could engage with wizard society while maintaining their independence and dignity. During the troubled times of the Goblin Wars, several leaders emerged whose courage and tactical brilliance helped their people survive conflicts that threatened to destroy Goblin society entirely. Urg the Undaunted, whose name became synonymous with Goblin military prowess, demonstrated that effective leadership during wartime requires not just strategic thinking, but deep moral courage and unwavering commitment to protecting one's people. Urg's approach to military leadership emphasized the traditional Goblin strengths of mobility, tactical innovation, and intimate knowledge of underground terrain, while adapting these advantages to the realities of warfare against wizard opponents. His famous defense of the Ironhold Fortress, where a small Goblin force held off a much larger wizard army for over a year, became legendary for its combination of tactical brilliance and inspiring leadership under impossible circumstances. What distinguished Urg as a leader was not just his military success, but his consistent efforts to minimize the human cost of warfare on both sides. Even during the most intense periods of conflict, he maintained communication channels with wizard commanders and worked to establish protocols that would protect non-combatants and preserve the possibility of eventual peace. His leadership helped ensure that when the wars finally ended, both communities retained enough mutual respect to build lasting diplomatic relationships. The period following the Goblin Wars produced leaders whose focus shifted from military survival to the complex challenges of rebuilding Goblin society and establishing new relationships with the wizarding world. Gornok the Wise emerged as one of the most influential figures of this era, leading the delicate negotiations that resulted in the Treaty of 1878 and the formal recognition of Goblin rights within the magical world. Gornok's diplomatic achievements required him to master not just the intricacies of Goblin politics, but the complex cultural dynamics of wizard society as well. He spent years studying wizard law, customs, and political structures, becoming one of the first goblins to truly understand how wizard society functioned at its highest levels. This knowledge allowed him to negotiate agreements that protected essential goblin interests, while addressing wizard concerns about security and stability. The wisdom that gave Gornok his epithet was evident in his long-term thinking about goblin-wizard relations. Rather than focusing solely on immediate advantages, he worked to create frameworks for cooperation that would benefit both communities over many generations. His insights about the importance of mutual economic interdependence helped shape the modern relationship between goblins and wizards, creating bonds of practical cooperation that have proven more durable than formal treaties alone. The Industrial Revolution in the magical world brought new challenges and opportunities that required different kinds of goblin leadership. Bogrod the Builder emerged during this period as a leader who understood how goblin traditional skills could be adapted to meet the demands of an increasingly mechanized magical world. Under his guidance, goblin craftsmen began incorporating new technologies and techniques into their traditional metalworking, creating innovations that revolutionized magical manufacturing. Bogrod's vision extended beyond simple technological adaptation to encompass broader questions about how goblin society should evolve while maintaining its essential character. He established the first formal schools for goblin craftsmen, creating educational institutions that preserved traditional knowledge while encouraging innovation and experimentation. These schools became models for balancing respect for tradition with the practical necessity of adapting to changing circumstances. The leadership style that made Bogrod so effective combined a deep respect for goblin cultural values with pragmatic recognition of the need for change and adaptation. He understood that true conservatism sometimes requires innovation, and that preserving what is most essential about goblin culture might require changing surface practices while maintaining underlying principles. The modern era of goblin leadership has been shaped by figures who must navigate the complex challenges of operating within increasingly integrated magical communities while maintaining goblin independence and cultural identity. Ragnarok the Elder, who served as the senior director of Gringotts during some of its most challenging periods, exemplified the sophisticated leadership required for success in contemporary magical society. Ragnarok's achievements included not just the successful management of Gringotts through periods of political instability, but the development of new diplomatic relationships that enhanced Goblin influence throughout the magical world. Under his leadership, Gringotts expanded its operations to serve magical communities far beyond Britain, creating international networks that made Goblin expertise available to wizards throughout Europe and beyond. What distinguished Ragnarok as a leader was his ability to balance the sometimes competing demands of Goblin cultural values and practical business requirements. He understood that Gringotts' success depended not just on financial acumen, but on maintaining the trust and respect of both Goblin employees and wizard customers. His leadership style emphasized transparency, fairness, and consistent application of principles that both communities could understand and respect. The younger generation of Goblin leaders includes figures like Griphook, whose experiences during the Second Wizarding War demonstrated both the challenges and opportunities facing modern Goblin leadership. Griphook's complex relationship with the events surrounding Voldemort's defeat illustrated the difficult position that Goblins often occupy in wizard conflicts, neither fully included nor completely separate from the broader magical community. The leadership lessons embodied by these figures extend far beyond the specific circumstances of Goblin society to encompass universal principles about effective leadership in complex, multicultural environments. These leaders demonstrated that success requires not just understanding one's own community, but developing deep appreciation for the perspectives and values of other groups with whom one must work and cooperate. The evolution of Goblin leadership styles over the centuries reflects broader changes in the magical world and the increasing importance of international cooperation and cultural understanding. Early Goblin leaders focused primarily on protecting and strengthening their own communities, while modern leaders must balance these traditional responsibilities with the demands of participating in a global magical society. The study of Goblin leadership also reveals important insights about how different cultural values can inform different approaches to authority and decision-making. Goblin leaders have traditionally emphasized consensus building, respect for expertise, and long-term thinking in ways that offer valuable alternatives to more hierarchical models of leadership common in wizard society. The legacy of great Goblin leaders continues to influence contemporary Goblin society through the institutions they created, the precedents they established, and the cultural values they embodied and transmitted to future generations. Their examples provide guidance for current and future leaders who must navigate the ever-changing challenges of leadership in an increasingly complex magical world. As you rest in the peaceful quiet of this evening, consider how these remarkable individuals shaped not just Goblin society, but the broader magical world, through their vision, courage, and commitment to their people's welfare. Their stories remind us that true leadership requires the courage to make difficult decisions, the wisdom to understand complex situations, and the dedication to serve something larger than oneself. What qualities of leadership and vision might we cultivate in ourselves by studying these examples of individuals who rose to meet the challenges of their times and left lasting legacies that continue to benefit their communities and the wider world? Chapter 10. The Role of Goblins in Wizarding Commerce. As the evening air grows still, and the business of the day draws to a peaceful close, let us explore the vast and intricate web of commerce that connects the magical world. A complex network of trade, craftsmanship, and financial services in which Goblins play roles that extend far beyond their well-known mastery of banking. Picture yourself walking through the bustling marketplace of Diagon Alley, where behind every gleaming shop window and beneath every commercial transaction lies the subtle but essential influence of Goblin expertise, knowledge, and skill that has helped shape magical commerce for centuries. The foundation of Goblin involvement in wizarding commerce rests upon their unparalleled reputation for precision, reliability, and absolute integrity in all their business dealings. This reputation, built over countless generations of consistent performance and ethical conduct, has made Goblins the preferred partners for wizards seeking the highest quality goods and services. Unlike many other commercial relationships in the magical world, partnerships with goblin businesses are characterized by long-term thinking, careful attention to detail, and mutual respect for the expertise that each party brings to the relationship. The most visible aspect of goblin commercial influence centers around their role as the creators and evaluators of the finest magical objects in the wizarding world. Goblin-made items command premium prices not merely because of their superior craftsmanship, but because they represent investments that appreciate in value over time as their magical properties strengthen and develop. This unique characteristic has created an entire secondary market for goblin-made objects, with specialized dealers, appraisers, and collectors who understand the subtle factors that determine the value and authenticity of these remarkable creations. The authentication services provided by goblin experts have become essential components of high-value magical commerce, particularly in markets dealing with rare books, ancient artifacts, and magical heirlooms. Goblin appraisers possess knowledge and techniques for detecting forgeries and determining authenticity that are simply unavailable through other means. Their ability to sense the magical signatures left by different craftsmen and to detect the subtle alterations that occur when objects are magically modified makes them indispensable partners for serious collectors and dealers. The international aspects of magical commerce have been profoundly influenced by goblin participation, particularly through the expansion of Gringotts banking services to magical communities throughout Europe and beyond. The establishment of Gringotts branches in major magical centers created the first truly international financial network in the magical world, enabling wizards to conduct business across vast distances with unprecedented security and reliability. This network facilitated the growth of international magical trade and helped create the interconnected global economy that characterizes the modern magical world. The currency exchange services provided by goblin banks have been crucial to the development of international magical commerce. Before goblin banks standardized exchange rates and provided reliable conversion services, international trade was hampered by the bewildering variety of magical currencies used by different magical communities. Goblins developed the expertise and infrastructure necessary to manage these complex currency relationships, creating systems that allow wizards from different countries to conduct business with confidence and transparency. The shipping and transportation aspects of magical commerce have been revolutionized by goblin innovations in security and logistics. The development of goblin-protected shipping containers and transportation charms has made it possible to safely transport valuable magical goods across great distances without the losses to theft and damage that previously plagued international magical trade. These security systems, based on the same principles used to protect Gringotts vaults, provide levels of protection that have made long-distance magical commerce practical and profitable. The role of goblins in magical insurance represents another crucial but often overlooked aspect of their commercial influence. The unique goblin understanding of risk assessment and their ability to evaluate the true value and vulnerability of magical objects has made them natural leaders in developing insurance products that protect wizards against the special risks associated with magical commerce. Goblin insurance policies often include protections against magical disasters, curse damage, and other hazards that conventional insurance cannot adequately address. The wholesale markets that supply magical retailers throughout the wizarding world depend heavily on goblin expertise in quality control and inventory management. Large-scale magical merchants often employ goblin consultants to help them evaluate potential purchases, manage their inventory systems, and develop relationships with reliable suppliers. This behind-the-scenes work ensures that the magical goods available in wizard shops meet the quality standards that consumers expect while helping retailers avoid the costly mistakes that can destroy a business's reputation. The development of magical manufacturing has been significantly influenced by goblin contributions to industrial processes and quality control. Many magical manufacturers employ goblin technical advisors who help them improve their production methods, enhance the magical properties of their products, and maintain consistent quality across large production runs. These partnerships have led to innovations in magical manufacturing that have made high-quality magical goods more widely available and affordable than ever before. The antiquities and rare magical objects market represents one of the most sophisticated areas of Goblin commercial involvement. Goblin dealers and auction houses specializing in rare magical artifacts possess knowledge accumulated over centuries about the provenance, authenticity, and magical properties of countless historical objects. Their expertise is essential for collectors, museums, and researchers who need reliable information about the rare magical items that occasionally appear in the marketplace. The consulting services provided by Goblin experts extend into virtually every area of magical commerce, where technical expertise and absolute reliability are essential. Goblin consultants help wizard businesses develop new products, improve their manufacturing processes, enhance their security systems, and navigate the complex regulations that govern different aspects of magical commerce. These consulting relationships often develop into long-term partnerships that benefit both the Goblin advisors and their wizard clients. The role of goblins in magical real estate represents an emerging area of commercial activity that reflects the growing complexity of magical society. Goblin real estate experts specialize in properties with unusual magical characteristics, helping wizards find homes and business locations that meet their specific magical requirements. Their knowledge of magical geography, protective enchantments, and property law makes them valuable partners for wizards navigating the complex magical real estate market. The emerging field of magical intellectual property has created new opportunities for Goblin commercial involvement, particularly in areas related to magical invention and innovation. Goblin legal experts have developed expertise in protecting magical innovations, managing licensing agreements, and resolving disputes over magical intellectual property rights. This work helps ensure that magical inventors receive appropriate compensation for their innovations, while facilitating the spread of useful magical knowledge throughout the community. The seasonal and specialty markets that characterize much of magical commerce rely heavily on Goblin expertise in inventory management and quality control. The complex logistics required to supply magical shops with seasonal items like Christmas decorations, school supplies, and holiday foods require the kind of detailed planning and reliable execution that Goblin businesses provide. Their ability to manage these complex supply chains ensures that magical retailers can meet their customers' needs while maintaining reasonable prices and acceptable profit margins. The emerging markets for magical services, as opposed to physical goods, have created new opportunities for Goblin commercial participation. Goblin service providers offer everything from magical security consulting to specialized maintenance services for complex magical equipment. These service businesses leverage traditional Goblin strengths in technical expertise and customer service while adapting to the changing needs of modern magical society. The environmental aspects of magical commerce have become increasingly important as the magical community has grown more aware of the need for sustainable business practices. Goblin businesses have often led the way in developing environmentally responsible approaches to magical commerce, drawing upon their traditional understanding of the importance of maintaining harmony with natural magical systems. These practices are becoming increasingly important to environmentally conscious magical consumers. The educational aspects of Goblin commercial involvement include training programs and apprenticeships that help young wizards develop the skills necessary for success in magical commerce. Many Goblin businesses offer internship programs that provide valuable real-world experience while helping to build the relationships and understanding necessary for effective cooperation between wizard and Goblin commercial enterprises. The technological innovations that continue to transform magical commerce often originate in Goblin research and development programs that seek to improve traditional techniques while maintaining the quality and reliability that characterize Goblin products and services. These innovations frequently find applications throughout the magical commercial world, improving efficiency and capability across many different types of businesses. As you settle into the restful quiet of this evening, Consider how the intricate web of commercial relationships that sustains the magical world depends upon the expertise, integrity, and innovation that goblins bring to countless different aspects of magical business. Their influence extends far beyond the obvious areas of banking and metalwork, to encompass virtually every aspect of how magical goods and services are produced, distributed, and consumed throughout the magical community. What insights about cooperation, expertise, and the importance of building lasting business relationships might we discover by examining how goblin commercial practices have helped create the prosperous and interconnected magical economy that benefits wizards and goblins alike? Chapter 11: Modern Challenges and Evolving Relations. In the gentle twilight of our contemporary magical world, where ancient traditions must adapt to rapidly changing circumstances, the relationship between wizards and goblins finds itself at a crossroads of unprecedented complexity and opportunity. As you settle into contemplation of these modern times, picture yourself observing the delicate dance of progress and tradition that characterizes current wizard-goblin relations, a relationship that must navigate new challenges while building upon centuries of shared history, mutual dependence, and hard-won understanding. The events of the Second Wizarding War marked a watershed moment in wizard-goblin relations, bringing to the surface tensions and inequalities that had simmered beneath the polite veneer of diplomatic cooperation for generations. The war years forced both communities to confront fundamental questions about equality, participation, and mutual respect that had been deferred or diplomatically avoided for far too long. The aftermath of these events created both challenges and opportunities for building more authentic and equitable relationships between the two peoples. The modern goblin rights movement represents one of the most significant developments in contemporary magical society, reflecting a new generation of goblin leaders who are no longer content with the traditional arrangements that granted goblins economic influence while limiting their political participation. These advocates argue that true equality requires not just recognition of goblin expertise in specialized areas, but full participation in the governmental and social institutions that shape magical society as a whole. Picture yourself attending one of the modern interspecies forums where young wizards and goblins gather to discuss these complex issues with a directness and openness that would have been unthinkable in previous generations. These discussions reveal how changing attitudes and new perspectives on both sides create possibilities for relationships based on genuine equality, rather than the careful diplomatic balance that characterized earlier periods. The integration of goblin students into wizard educational institutions represents another area of significant progress and ongoing challenge. While Hogwarts and other magical schools have begun accepting goblin students, the process of creating truly inclusive educational environments requires ongoing attention to cultural differences, learning styles, and the need to respect goblin traditions, while providing access to the broader magical curriculum that modern society requires. The educational integration process has revealed important insights about how different magical traditions can enrich each other when combined thoughtfully. Goblin students bring perspectives on magic and learning that challenge traditional wizard approaches, while exposure to wizard educational methods helps young goblins develop skills that serve them well in an increasingly interconnected magical world. However, these benefits require careful attention to issues of cultural sensitivity and mutual respect. The economic relationships between wizard and goblin communities continue to evolve as both societies adapt to changing global conditions and new technological possibilities. The traditional model of goblins providing specialized services to wizard clients is gradually expanding to include more collaborative partnerships where both communities contribute different types of expertise to shared ventures. These new economic models create opportunities for mutual prosperity while respecting the cultural values and traditions that each community holds dear. The development of joint wizard-goblin enterprises represents one of the most promising trends in modern interspecies cooperation. These partnerships leverage the complementary strengths of both communities, wizard innovation and theoretical knowledge combined with goblin practical expertise and attention to detail, to create businesses and institutions that neither community could develop independently. The success of these ventures demonstrates the potential benefits of true cooperation, while providing models for future collaborative efforts. The question of goblin representation in magical government remains one of the most complex and politically sensitive issues in contemporary wizard-goblin relations. Traditional diplomatic arrangements that treated goblins as a separate but allied people are increasingly seen as inadequate by goblin advocates who argue for direct representation in the institutions that govern magical society. However, achieving such representation requires careful consideration of how to maintain goblin cultural autonomy while enabling meaningful political participation. The legal framework governing wizard-goblin relations has undergone significant revision in recent years, reflecting both changing social attitudes and practical lessons learned from past conflicts and misunderstandings. Modern magical law increasingly recognizes goblin cultural principles regarding ownership and property rights, while also developing new mechanisms for resolving disputes that respect both wizard legal traditions and goblin cultural values. The establishment of specialized interspecies courts represents an important innovation in magical jurisprudence, creating legal forums where cases involving both wizards and goblins can be adjudicated by panels that include representatives from both communities. These courts apply legal principles that draw from both wizard and goblin legal traditions, creating precedents that help establish clearer guidelines for future interspecies interactions. The technological revolution occurring in the magical world creates both opportunities and challenges for wizard-goblin cooperation. New magical technologies often require the combination of wizard theoretical knowledge and goblin practical expertise, creating natural partnerships for development and implementation. However, these technological changes also threaten some traditional goblin industries and require careful planning to ensure that economic transitions benefit both communities. The environmental consciousness that has become increasingly important in magical society has created new areas of common interest between wizards and goblins. Both communities share concerns about the sustainable use of magical resources and the need to protect the natural magical ecosystems that support their societies. Environmental cooperation has become an important bridge between the communities, demonstrating how shared challenges can create opportunities for partnership and mutual support. The cultural exchange programs that have developed between wizard and goblin communities represent another positive development in contemporary relations. These programs allow young people from both communities to spend time living and working in the other's society, developing personal relationships and cultural understanding that transcend the formal diplomatic arrangements between their peoples. These exchanges create networks of personal relationships that often prove more durable and effective than official agreements. The role of media and communication in shaping wizard-goblin relations has become increasingly important as both communities develop more sophisticated approaches to public communication and advocacy. Modern magical media provides platforms for goblin voices that were previously excluded from public discourse, while also creating opportunities for more nuanced and accurate portrayals of goblin society and culture in wizard media. The generational differences that exist within both wizard and goblin communities create both challenges and opportunities for improving interspecies relations. Younger members of both communities often have more inclusive attitudes and greater willingness to challenge traditional assumptions, while older community members bring valuable historical perspective and institutional knowledge. Managing these generational differences requires careful attention to the concerns and perspectives of all age groups. The international dimensions of wizard-goblin relations have become increasingly complex as both communities develop global networks and relationships. Different countries have different approaches to interspecies relations, creating a patchwork of policies and practices that sometimes conflict with each other. Developing consistent international standards for wizard-goblin cooperation requires extensive diplomacy and coordination among many different magical governments and goblin communities. The academic study of wizard-goblin relations has emerged as an important field of magical scholarship, with researchers from both communities working to better understand the historical, cultural, and social factors that influence interspecies cooperation. This research provides valuable insights for policymakers and community leaders working to improve relationships between their peoples, while also creating a body of knowledge that helps educate future generations about the importance of interspecies understanding. The mental health and social support services that address the psychological impacts of historical conflicts and ongoing tensions represent another important area of modern development. Both wizard and goblin communities are developing better understanding of how historical traumas and cultural misunderstandings affect individual well-being and community relationships. This understanding is leading to new approaches to healing and reconciliation that address not just political and economic issues, but the emotional and psychological dimensions of interspecies relations. The entrepreneurial energy of young wizards and goblins is creating new forms of cooperation and collaboration that bypass traditional institutional structures while respecting cultural values and traditions. These grassroots initiatives often prove more flexible and innovative than formal diplomatic arrangements, creating models for cooperation that can be adapted and scaled up to address larger challenges. The recognition of goblin contributions to magical society during the war years has led to important changes in how both communities understand their shared history and mutual obligations. Memorials and historical projects that acknowledge goblin sacrifices and contributions help create more complete and accurate accounts of magical history, while building foundations for future cooperation based on mutual respect and shared values. As you rest in the peaceful quiet of this evening, consider how these modern developments in wizard-goblin relations reflect broader changes in magical society's understanding of equality, cooperation, and mutual respect. The challenges facing both communities today require not just diplomatic skill and political wisdom, but genuine commitment to building relationships based on authentic understanding and shared values. What hope and wisdom might we find in observing how two ancient peoples are learning to overcome historical divisions and build new forms of partnership that honor their distinct cultures while creating opportunities for mutual prosperity and understanding. Chapter 12. The Future of Wizard-Goblin Cooperation. As we reach the gentle conclusion of our journey through the rich tapestry of wizard-goblin relations, let us turn our gaze toward the horizon of possibility that stretches before these two remarkable peoples. In the soft glow of hope that illuminates the path ahead, we can envision a future where the hard-learned lessons of history combine with the innovative spirit of new generations to create unprecedented opportunities for cooperation, understanding, and mutual prosperity. Picture yourself standing at the threshold of tomorrow, where ancient wisdom meets modern vision to forge relationships that honor the past, while embracing the transformative potential of genuine partnership. The foundations for this promising future rest upon the gradual but profound shifts in attitude and understanding that have emerged from both wizard and goblin communities in recent years. The younger generations of both peoples, educated in environments that emphasize interspecies cooperation and cultural appreciation, bring fresh perspectives to old challenges while maintaining deep respect for the traditions and values that define their respective communities. These young leaders, diplomats, entrepreneurs, and scholars represent the bridge between past and future, carrying forward the wisdom of their ancestors while remaining open to new possibilities for collaboration. Imagine visiting the integrated magical institutions of the future, where wizard and goblin students learn side by side in environments specifically designed to celebrate and utilize the unique strengths that each community brings to the educational experience. These schools of tomorrow will not simply accommodate different learning styles, but will actively seek to create synergies between wizard theoretical approaches and goblin practical wisdom, producing graduates who understand both magical traditions and can apply this combined knowledge to solve the complex challenges facing magical society. The economic partnerships of the future promise to move far beyond the traditional client-service relationships that have characterized much of wizard-goblin commerce throughout history. Envision joint research institutes where wizard and goblin magical theorists work together to push the boundaries of magical knowledge, developing innovations that neither community could achieve independently. These collaborative efforts will likely produce breakthroughs in magical medicine, environmental protection, and technological advancement that benefit not just wizards and goblins, but the entire magical world. The development of new international frameworks for interspecies cooperation represents another promising avenue for future progress. As magical communities around the world grapple with similar challenges in managing relationships between different magical peoples, the experiences and innovations developed through Wizard-Goblin cooperation can serve as models for broader interspecies diplomacy. The principles of mutual respect, cultural preservation, and equitable partnership that emerge from successful Wizard-Goblin relationships can provide templates for addressing similar challenges in other contexts. The technological revolution that continues to transform the magical world offers unprecedented opportunities for Wizard-Goblin collaboration in areas that play to the unique strengths of both communities. Picture magical cities of the future, where Goblin engineering expertise combines with Wizard architectural magic to create urban environments that are both technologically advanced and environmentally sustainable. These cities might feature underground transportation networks designed according to Goblin principles of efficient tunnel engineering, while incorporating Wizard innovations in spatial expansion and magical climate control. The environmental challenges facing the magical world require exactly the kind of cooperative approach that Wizard-Goblin partnerships can provide. Climate change, magical ecosystem degradation, and the sustainable management of magical resources all demand solutions that combine Wizard understanding of large-scale magical systems with Goblin expertise in working harmoniously with natural magical forces. Future environmental initiatives will likely rely heavily on this kind of interspecies cooperation to develop effective and lasting solutions. The cultural renaissance that could emerge from deeper Wizard-Goblin cooperation promises to enrich both communities in ways that are difficult to fully imagine. Consider the artistic and creative possibilities that might emerge when Goblin craftsmanship traditions merge with Wizard magical arts, creating entirely new forms of magical expression that reflect the combined heritage of both peoples. These cultural innovations might include architectural marvels that incorporate both Goblin engineering principles and Wizard magical enhancement, or musical traditions that blend Goblin rhythmic sophistication with Wizard harmonic complexity. The scientific and magical research opportunities available through Wizard-Goblin cooperation could revolutionize our understanding of magic itself. Goblin intuitive approaches to magical energy, combined with Wizard systematic research methodologies, might unlock secrets of magical theory that have remained hidden for centuries. These research partnerships could lead to discoveries about the fundamental nature of magic that transform how both communities understand and utilize magical forces. The diplomatic innovations that emerge from successful Wizard-Goblin cooperation will likely influence how magical societies approach all forms of interspecies relations. The protocols, institutions, and cultural practices developed to support Wizard-Goblin partnership can provide models for managing relationships with other magical peoples, from centaurs and merpeople to magical creatures whose societies are just beginning to engage with broader magical civilization. The educational revolution that Wizard-Goblin cooperation could inspire extends beyond formal magical education to encompass lifelong learning and cultural exchange programs that strengthen understanding between the communities. Future initiatives might include Goblin cultural centers in Wizard communities and Wizard institutes in Goblin territories, creating permanent infrastructure for ongoing cultural exchange and mutual education. The economic transformation that deeper cooperation could produce might fundamentally alter how both communities approach commerce, innovation, and resource management. Imagine financial institutions that combine Goblin expertise in security and precision with Wizard capabilities in magical services, creating banking and investment systems that serve magical communities more effectively than either tradition could achieve independently. These integrated economic systems might also pioneer new approaches to sustainable magical commerce that protect magical ecosystems while promoting prosperity for both communities. The legal and governmental innovations that successful Wizard-Goblin cooperation might inspire could reshape magical governance throughout the world. The development of truly integrated legal systems that respect both wizard and goblin cultural values while providing effective justice for all magical citizens could serve as models for more inclusive forms of magical government. These innovations might include new forms of representation that ensure all magical peoples have meaningful voices in the decisions that affect their communities. The healing and reconciliation work that continues to address the historical wounds between wizard and goblin communities provides a foundation for even deeper cooperation in the future. As both communities develop better understanding of how to acknowledge past injuries while building positive relationships, they create models for reconciliation that could help other magical communities address their own historical conflicts and misunderstandings. The technological innovation that Wizard-Goblin cooperation could produce might extend beyond magical technology to encompass new approaches to integrating magical and non-magical systems. This work could have profound implications for how magical communities relate to the broader world, and might even contribute to eventual integration between magical and non-magical societies. The spiritual and philosophical synthesis that could emerge from deeper Wizard-Goblin cooperation might produce new understandings of the fundamental questions that have always concerned magical peoples. The integration of Goblin Earth-based spirituality with Wizard scholarly traditions could generate insights about the nature of magic, consciousness, and the relationship between magical beings and the universe that enriches both traditions, while creating entirely new forms of magical wisdom. The generational continuity that successful Wizard-Goblin cooperation establishes ensures that future progress will build upon solid foundations of mutual understanding and shared experience. Children who grow up in environments where Wizard-Goblin cooperation is normal and expected will carry forward attitudes and capabilities that make even deeper cooperation possible in the future. As you settle into the peaceful rest that concludes our exploration of this remarkable relationship, let your thoughts turn to the profound transformation that is possible when different peoples choose cooperation over conflict, understanding over prejudice, and shared prosperity over narrow self-interest. The future of Wizard-Goblin relations represents more than just the evolution of one particular interspecies relationship. It embodies the hope that all magical peoples can learn to work together to create a more just, prosperous, and harmonious magical world. What dreams of cooperation and mutual flourishing might we nurture in our own lives by contemplating how two ancient peoples are learning to build bridges across their differences and create a future that honors both their distinct heritage and their shared destiny as members of the magical community?